9 o'clock. Join us for our flag salute.
Yeah, you want to move it over?
Yeah.
You see it going?
No, it's fine.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Start with the minutes from last Monday's meeting.
I'm so moved, Cody.
Don has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Don has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Nothing in the consent agenda. Miscellaneous motions, we have motion from the appraiser's office. Move to waive purchasing policy is the informal bid process for good cause, said cause being the vendor as a single source vendor, and approve the ESRI software maintenance contract in the amount of $9,300 and authorize and direct the appraiser to sign the same. Funds come from the GIS fund.
I'll move. I'll second.
Brad has moved and Bob has seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Next is move to approve the correspondence to Burlington High School, Southern Coffee County High School, Lebo High School, and Waverly High School regarding 2020 after prom funds. The original funds were requested to be dispersed in 2020. However, with COVID-19 in the high school year, that wasn't canceled, the ending. The 2020 funds are being carried over for use in 2021. Corresponding letters being sent to the schools reflecting the same. Those letters are in here as well.
So moved, Cody.
Dawn has moved.
Second.
Tom has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries 5-0. One more. Upon the recommendation of Brad Sheetmeyer, IT Director, waive the purchasing policy as competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being that the vendor is a single source supplier contract, and to approve the purchase of Laserfish document imaging maintenance and support from May 25th, 2020 to May 24th, 2021 from R&D Computer Systems of Shawnee Mission, Kansas, in the total amount of $11,104. Funding for the purchase will come from the 2020 County General Fund Technology Training and Equipment line item.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask if you strike the 2020 county as a given in all of our motions?
Okay, General Fund Technology Training and
Yes.
Equipment line item.
Please.
Brad, is that the same as last year?
Yes,
I mean, not much dollar amount difference or
exact same.
exact same? Okay.
So moved.
Bob has moved.
Second.
Tom has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Debbie, if you're ready.
Good morning. This will be my last meeting with you guys. I am retiring officially May 1st. I brought with me Kelsey Winsky, who is going to be taking my place beginning May 4th. I've had the opportunity to work with her last week and this week because under the Supreme Court rules, COVID environment, she's a non-essential employee in Osage County right now, but she's a very essential employee in Coffee County right now. So it's kind of helping her with the transition. And we're very grateful to have that opportunity. Kelsey has worked in Osage County for 8 years. And so she's got a really good handle on the caseload management. And so doesn't have a lot of experience in supervising, but my opportunity to work with her this last week and this week, she's going to pick it up really fast. So she's going to be a really good person to work with you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to have served people of Coffee County 2 different times. And so I'm not coming back again. Lord willing.
Not gonna try the third time.
Not gonna try the 3rd time. Nope. I finally have health, because of my age, I finally have health insurance in place, and that was the big thing for me. I do have some business. I have visited with Wayne Blackburn. In the back of our vault, we still have some of those old metal pull-out drawer things like we used to have for the old tri-fold folders. We are needing to move those out of there because when Brad gets an opportunity, he's going to move a computer hub that's currently up in the ceiling of the private office for the clerk, which is very noisy, and going to move it into the vault in a cabinet so that it's quieter. Since we're paperless, we don't use that vault a lot anymore, but we need to make room for that cabinet. We've gotten rid of a bunch of these in the past. I don't know if they've sold or brought very much money.
I don't know, they generally went to auction and
Yeah.
whatever happened is what happened.
Yeah. And so if we need to send them to auction, I've talked to Wayne Blackburn about when they have an opportunity, the possibility of moving them into storage for the auction, or the other possibility would be to they're of no value, to just a finding by you guys if they're of no value, and transfer them out to the landfill to the metal pile. Or if somebody else has a 3rd option, rather than storing them. Any ideas?
Are you saying there is no value?
I don't know of any value because you can't, Judge Wine, when he first looked at them, he said, oh, good for parts. The way the backs of those drawers are, they're floppy, they're not stationary, so not really good unless somebody, wanted to throw stuff in there. It used to be when we still had paper files, you could kind of use them as a file cabinet type, and put files in there, but not a lot of people use paper anymore. So I'll do with whatever, Kelsey will do with whatever you guys deem appropriate, to do. I just couldn't recall whether they ever brought very much at auction, the ones we've gotten rid of in the past.
I don't think they ever have.
Yeah. But that makes it somebody else's problem rather than the county's problem. So I just thought I would.
Yeah, for the county, I mean, if we've got to remove them and put them somewhere, whether
Right.
we transport them to the
Right.
landfill or
Yeah.
for the auction, that's
Right.
gonna cost us the same. Yep. But I mean, landfill.
Sounds like the best choice is probably the landfill.
That way you're kind of only moving them once. I mean, as an option.
We will get them out of your office, Casey. And what we do from there,
Okay.
we'll decide at that time, but we'll get them out of your office for you.
Okay, I will visit with Wayne then and let him know that sometime when the guys have a rainy day and need something to do, because they are heavy. It is in sections mostly, but you got to take all those drawers out of there and move it separately. And so I will get a hold of him and see if he can work on, and then check with you guys and see whether they need to go to be saved or go to the landfill. Okay, that's all I have, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good retirement there.
Thank you. With all of this COVID stuff going on and some of the emails that I've been getting from the state and figure out this and figure out that, I'm so grateful that Kelsey's here to handle that. I've just been letting her do it because she's going to be here. I'm not. So, okay, it's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Oh,
Kelsey.
thanks.
Welcome, Kelsey.
Thank you, guys.
Take a text from Mark sitting behind the post.
Yep. Anytime.
It's in the way for everything. Of course, it's always the rest of the building.
But it looks like he has some.
Wade, you have something to fill some time? Always?
Always. At the end of the meeting, I'll need to request a couple executive sessions. I don't think I can get by without doing those these days, it seems. But for right now, just to update the board on the McGrath project. Last Friday, Lisa from McGrath, we had a Zoom meeting with all the department heads and elected officials. The majority of them were here. I think the only one who wasn't was Todd Beamans. He just wasn't able to make it, but Lisa updated and discussed the project with all the department heads and elected officials, answered questions. And then yesterday, at some point during the day on Sunday, an email was sent out to all the electeds and department heads, initiating the next phase in the process, which will be to have individual meetings with each of the department heads and elected officials to discuss their individual departments and then to move on from there. So the only reason I mentioned that this morning is so that the board is aware that that project is moving forward and it's unique and in the COVID way, I guess. Ideally, at some point in the future, McGrath will be on the ground here in Coffee County, but right now, kind of doing what they can to keep the process rolling. I know that's something near and dear to the board to have that project initiated and concluded and at least the timeline. Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The goal is with these right now to try to have something concluded and finished in the October, November range. So is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that will be both the compensation study and the HR audit project. So just so the board's aware and has an idea. I know the timeline initially was by the end of the summer, but I think according to Lisa, with the way things are right now, and it's subject to change, but it's about 2 months behind. So the second thing is, and I'm going to jump and put on my county attorney hat for just a moment. The court is still not really having court. Things are kind of on hold. Last week and the week before, there were meetings with the county attorneys and some of the other attorneys and the judges, and we're starting to do very select cases by Zoom. And with those cases, what it requires is the public's entitled to participate in viewing because they're open hearings. So if anybody is interested, there is going to be a link that goes up on the website for the court, and people can either watch on YouTube. It'll either be live or later streamed, so that the public is aware of what's happening as it relates to court proceedings. So a lot of major high-level cases, there's not much movement that can take place, but some of the lower level crimes that they'll move forward depending on how the attorney on the other side and the contact they have with their client. So just to keep things moving, and once court goes live, it's going to be an event. So we're trying to deal with that as much as we can on the front end. So Yeah, looks like Wayne's here now.
Mr. Chairman, there was a sheet passed around early. Is McGrath gonna meet with us individually as commissioners, as I kind of, I would probably prefer the first go around with them is meet with them as a group as commissions. Then if she wants to follow up individually, I kind of like to, what the other commissioners are asking for, what their thoughts are, and everything, do it as a group. And then if she wants to follow it up individually, that'd be great. But the first go around, to me, it ought to be done as a group.
Sure, and I've not really had that conversation with McGrath. It's to initiate getting it kicked off with all the other departments because their input and feedback is vital. And then I think the board, whether it be individually or as a board, will be important as well because the idea of who is going to be the comparable workforce, whether it be surrounding counties or even reaching further out, I think the board has some input on that as well. And that was some of the discussion during the meeting on Friday. But that will, right now, getting anything from any other county during COVID is going to be a little more complicated, but McGrath has a game plan for that as well.
This schedule that we signed on is all set up for interviews this week.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I spoke with Lisa, and after I talked to Don on Friday when we checked in, he had mentioned he would rather meet with her one-on-one rather than by Zoom.
Mhm.
And she said that she's fine with that. And if any of the other commissioners would rather do their individual meeting with her via Zoom or face-to-face, she'd be willing to do that too. And she did mention that maybe she could come down next Monday and she could have those meetings with you individually after the meeting adjourns.
To
So
me,
you just need to
there's a
let-
lot more value to it face-to-face than there is through a camera.
And then she would actually come to a commission meeting after she has your individual meetings and then have discussion with you all in an open meeting.
But I still think the first meeting with her needs to be done as a group.
Now, see, I don't agree with that because I think what they want to do is try to find out everyone that they're visiting with opinion and then come together on it and bring it to the commission and of what the opinion is. And then we discuss it. I don't really want to sit here as a group and start discussing something that I'm just presented right now. So I'm thinking, personally, I think that if they want to do it as individuals, as Donna just said, it's what I think they said. That's probably the way to do it.
To me, it's the backward way. To me, it needs to be done as a group to start with, maybe you break out. I kind of like to know what everybody else's perception is to start with. In the real business world, that's kind of the way it is. You meet with a group to start with, and then you're going to break out afterwards.
So I know she meaning Lisa McGrath, watches the meetings weekly, so I'm sure she'll be aware of what the concerns are. She's done this many, many times, so I'm sure she has a plan in place to meet the needs of the board and to do it how the board would feel most comfortable.
So if everyone is in agreement with Dawn, how would you guys prefer? Because I can make contact with her.
Well, I think we hired her. I think we just need to do however she proceeds to do it. We hired her to do it. I don't think we need to be trying to tell her how to do her job. So I think however she wants to do it, in my opinion.
And next Monday's fine by me.
So would you suggest I then schedule your meetings? I think she mentioned about 30 minutes for each commissioner. So you want me to schedule Monday afternoon, 30-minute intervals?
Yep.
Okay.
That's all I have till later since Wednesday.
If you're ready, Wayne?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Wayne.
Good morning, Don. Here's some revised motions, and then this will be construction zone.
There's 2 sheets.
So good morning. No road permits, 2 zoning permits, as you'll see in your book, is we have Mr. Bryant and his wife, Vicky, building and also accessory building. This is ag exempt, but, and it's their choice. We give them an option if they'd like to go ahead and fill out a permit, so this is just information. So they choose to go ahead and fill out the permit, and then we have it on file, but it's still ag exempt, so there's no fees collected on that. Landfill, discussion on landfill, as this has been free dump month. We plan to discontinue that at the end of the month, so April the 30th would be Thursday. And so then we'll start collecting regular fees on Friday, and then also the first weekend, which is the Saturday. So we'll come back to regular fees at the end of the week.
I've had people comment too, and they like it that we extended the time open for them, because those are the little projects, they didn't have to have it done for that 1 week, and I think we've had quite a bit of traffic out there.
Oh, we have. I wait to give you the numbers. I think it has been very successful in the time where we're at right now. Also, too, is we will be collecting that information for that information request that Russell had put out. So we'll be collecting that information for him as well. We did receive the notice of intent to go ahead and do the construction activity for the landfill. So that's been approved. We have a permit in hand. And so we'll be moving on that. The next one would be the motions, and Cody, what I have is just go ahead and forward there. I do have payroll notices that will go with the motions. I'll just hand those all to John here. That's going to be the summer help plus that foreman position.
So the first one is 2020-14, move to review and approve the CP2 and provide a position change and promotion for Clinton Souter from MC6 Assistant Fleet Lead Man to TPB4 Assistant Fleet Foreman, subject to regular IPP wage classification TPB4 with a wage of $25.30 effective 5/1/2020.
And so as I normally do is when they take a promotion, I try to increase that wage within that 10%. That's what the wage difference is. Also, the leadman position, he's been in that position since 2015. And he has been working assistantly.
Whose position is he filling? Somebody retired?
That's where Doug had moved.
That's where Doug, okay.
Yes, sir.
Why wouldn't you want to move him to a TB3 instead of 4?
As I explained, I've tried to move it up within that 10%, so that's as close as the 10%. It's actually slightly less than 10%, the difference.
How long has Clinton been employed?
He's been employed since 04.
Has he been with 16 years?
Yes, sir.
You know, to me, for some employees, been there 16 years. And now he's earned the opportunity to move up as a leadman with an increase of less than 10%. To me, I don't see nothing out of line for that. My thought.
And he'll be taking on a foreman's position that actually has split crews. So he has, there's quite a bit of responsibility. It's not just one crew that he's being the foreman of. He has another crew that works independent, as we have 2 excavators. So there are additional responsibilities with this foreman position.
Still gonna be a working foreman, or just, are we gonna do more paperwork?
He'll still be a working foreman. All of our foremen, even our supervisors are working. Even I get out there, Bob. Every once in a while.
Yeah, but you fell down when you did.
Yeah, well, he might does.
I so move on this motion.
Don has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thomas second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries 5-0.
The next motion is,
Can I interrupt just for a second? I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask how come Wayne could come in today and promote one of his employees, and I did the same with my payroll clerk, and I got chastised for that last week? And there's not much dollar difference here. So I would just like to know why, what the difference?
I guess I don't have a good answer for it.
I just really don't appreciate being treated that way as a fellow elected official. I have tried to do a good job for this county for 19 years that I worked here. And then I used the same thing the county engineer did last week. And I get treated like I got treated. You guys should be ashamed.
I don't think you got treated badly. We just had an open discussion.
I had citizens contact me. I did get mistreated. That's all.
Back to our second motion.
I mean, that was not original.
so the second motion is for summer help. One of them would be at the landfill. Mr. Johnson would be at the landfill. The other 3 are at the asphalt, for the asphalt crew. So
Motion 2020-16, move to review and approve 4 CP2s for the following seasonal and summer employees. Kenneth Woods, summer help, subject to regular IPP, wage classification MB3 with a wage of $18.06, effective 4/27/2020, number of hours worked not to exceed 1,000. Chase Ford, summer help, subject to regular IPP and wage classification M1 with a wage of $11.33, effective 4/27/2020, number of hours worked not to exceed 1,000. Devin Wanzer, summer help, subject to regular IPP and wage classification M1 with a wage of $11.33, effective 4/27/2020. Number of hours worked not to exceed 560. Cale Johnson, summer help, subject to regular IPP and wage classification MA1 with a wage of $12.85, effective 4/27/2020. Number of hours worked not to exceed 560.
Question, Wayne.
yes,
Kenneth Woods is summer part-time help. Why is he in the MB3 instead of M3? He's been here, I know he's been here quite a few summers, right?
he has. Actually, about 14 summers, I believe.
So when did he become an MB?
I would have to get an accurate date on that. I'd have to come back to you, but he's been an equipment operator for at least a couple of years.
Was that before we did the?
It's been at least a couple of years on that one, Bob.
Okay.
We have to look back at payroll.
And the other one is a MA1 instead of a M1, 2, or 3.
The light equipment operator in the landfill, possibly, was that Johnson?
Johnson, yeah.
He's a light equipment operator, so he's doing the mowers, compactor.
So he will be running that equipment out there.
Yes, sir. He'll be driving trucks at different times, hauling dirt, scraper.
I don't recall where they all fell in place last year or 2 years ago. So it's hard to reflect back on where you were a year ago, but these are all pretty well in line with previous years' summer help.
Nobody advanced if they were previous employees from last year, even if
That's the same level.
they stayed at the same level. So keeping in spirit of the resolutions that you had put in place, we're watching that. But as we know too, in summer help, temporary help, they can only go up to 3, and they max out at a 3. They cannot advance any further, as per policy.
What would Chase and Devin be doing in summer help? I mean, you brought them in to 11:33, which is roughly.
I believe that's basically asphalt is what we talked about. So everything on the asphalt from flagging, sometimes if there's a comfort level, they could be sweeping.
And neither one of those would be supervising the other.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, also move.
Dawn has moved.
Second.
All second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the last motion what you have is the bids that have sent out for cell number 4, 3.9 acre tract that we're starting construction on and have been approved as well. So last time we had done this was in 2013. We did receive a bid from Geosynthetics in 2013 of $161,766.20, about the same time. So with that being said, it was just a little over 11% increase in price, which also, if you looked at inflation from 2013 to 2020, that's correct. That would be the recommendation for clean air and water systems.
So motion 2020-27, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, that the bid submitted by Clean Air and Water Systems for the construction liner material and placement of the material for cell number 4, project LF 2001-C be approved as being the best bid, and that award be made to the Clean Air and Water Systems of Dousman, Wisconsin.
Yes.
According to the term of the bid at a cost of $199,822.22, funds to be paid from the Capital Improvement Reserve Fund.
Also move.
Tom has moved.
I'll second that.
Bob is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign.
Now, Wayne, on that,
Carries 5-0.
on that, when do you anticipate that number 3 sale will be full, or we'll start using number 4?
Well, I don't have the numbers on that one, Bob, but I would say that we would be in this, we would start moving into cell number 4 by next year. As we get it constructed.
Will 3 be full in?
Plumb full, no, because you can continue to add to that slope The only one cell that we have really to the point of being full is cell number 1. But as those slopes continue to rise, there is still that you can add to it. And there's some settlement that occurs on the old cells like cell 2 and cell 3. We're gonna have some settlement there that you'll actually go back and you'll fill. Currently, right now, we have on cell, at least cell number 2 and cell number 3, we also have ponds, basically, for the leachate, the evaporation ponds. So you use the cells as you go through. So to answer the question, when will it be filled or full? That one's a hard one to answer. If you take a look at the whole landfill with the projections of 7,000 tons annually, as we do the report every year as well, we're at least 40 years out from our landfill as far as being full at our current rates. Unless we start collecting more waste than what we have in the 7,000 tons, that's where our projection for our whole landfill is.
So by adding cell 4, you're looking at 40 years?
No, what I'm saying is for the whole 27 acres of the.
So how long before you think we will start anticipating working on cell 5?
Okay, cell 5, to answer that question, I'd say what you're looking at is probably somewhere around 7 to 8 years.
Okay, that's what, so a cell basically is lasting 7, 8, 9 years, whatever.
Initially, we were looking at 6 years was the projection of the time that we were actually costing, say $800,000 is what we've been costing in the capital improvement fund. And so we were looking there at about a 6-year type cycle. But as we've continued to improve our techniques through compaction, through placement of material, we're also saving airspace, and that's where basically it's going to cost you. And that also gives you that extra time that you're wanting for your landfill as well. So compaction efforts, and that was due to our BOMAG compactor, the weight of the compactor, that we're able to collect more airspace. And then only having the 7,000 tons per year, it also lengthened that line in which we're starting to fill those cells and needing to build on the new ones. So if that makes sense, that's how we're doing it. So we have lengthened it from 6 years to 7 to possibly 8.
Great, thank you.
And once again, I contribute that. That's where they don't get noticed very often. But, you know, given the opportunity to visit with the folks at the landfills, actually compliment them for the work that they do. When we have inspections, there's very, very few violations that they find with our landfill. And that's because of the people that's out there. Also, that the work that they're doing, what you don't see is in the background, is you see basically the cost savings that we have as far as running our landfill compared to others. But we also for scale, we have to identify that we are a smaller landfill, that we need the same equipment. We have to do the same type of procedures as a large landfill. So if you're looking at how much waste costs to be put away in Hams Quarry versus Coffee County, you're going to find per ton probably less, but you're going to find far more waste that's being put away than you are here. So that's some of the factors that you have to consider. Okay, construction zone. What we have is the guardrail. One is the guardrail and expansion joint was finished up on the plant road. We do have some guardrail replacement on Old Highway 50. What we found was the wood posts were rotten off, just need to be replaced. We have some tree removal south of 9th in Oxon Lane, crossroad pipe replacement. Assistant Fleet is working on some crossroad replacements, entrance replacements. Paving crew, as the weather has warmed up with the temperatures, we're starting to do our crack fill operation as we do our crack fill prior to our hot mix and prior to our chip seal. That's one of the operations that we have in place. As I just spoke about chip seal, I just wanted to let you know that we had visits with the cities. None of the cities wish to participate in chip seal this year, so we will not be doing any chip seals for the cities. We are doing boom mowing and seeding and normal road maintenance. There are several locations where we're adding rock as we can due to lack of rock. You're also gonna find too that our salt bin is full. If you've been out there to the shop, that's probably the fullest that it's been. But we still have about 400 tons roughly right now on Knight's trucking. So we'll carry that into basically the fall and winter of this year. And also we received the bids and are purchasing the chemical. This is what Todd had provided for us, and you'll find that in your vouchers. So just information. You don't have copies of that other than in your vouchers. The expansion joint, if you want to see some of the pictures on the plant road, I do have some pictures of the construction of the expansion joint. Be glad to pass around and let you see those.
I was out there over the weekend, the guardrail was really good.
Yeah. Did you catch with some of the lights and such, or drive it in the
No, I
evening?
just went through the daytime. I don't get out.
Okay. Well, that's very, it shows up really quite well. And they've done an excellent job. We're really pleased. It does leave us quite a bit of guardrail left to look at some other time, some future time. There are projects which we do have ideas for the guardrail, but not all of the guardrail. So at some point we might be coming back and asking the commission as far as disposal or placing in an auction some of the guardrail that is available to us. So. That completes my report. Unless you have any questions.
Any questions, Dwayne?
Uh,
Thank you, Dwayne.
All right, thank you.
Randy, you ready?
On the lake,
For the lake? Yes.
are we at the end?
Well, yes and no.
No, okay. On the lake, I guess, what, looking for some direction from the commission. I know we still have the stay-at-home orders in place by the governor. I think, you know, the containment is still to the, primarily the one hotspot. If the commission decided they wanted to reopen the lake under some, I guess, restricted guidelines, I guess I'm not opposed to that. Some of the restricted guidelines that I'm recommending would be restricted hours of operation. Normally we're open from sunrise to sunset, which if we do that and then we still disinfect and clean every day, that would put for some really long hours. So I would recommend when we do reopen with restricted hours, like from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And what that does is, because when we say 4 p.m., they don't make it back to the docks and get their boats loaded and up to the gatehouse till 5 p.m. That's just how the fishermen work. They fish their way back. So it usually takes an hour for them to get back to the docks. And so by the time we get them out processed and out of there, then the guys can disinfect and clean. We have acquired some masks and gloves and worked on a protocol or procedure that we could do it, in which we could take safety precautions and try to practice the social distancing, have the people stay outside and put the stuff into like a 2-gallon Ziploc bag. We'd have the registration form on a clipboard in that 2-gallon Ziploc bag. We would hand it to them. They would fill it out, everything, take it back inside. Employee wearing gloves would fill out what they need to fill out, get the information, take the copy of their copy of the registration form, put it back in the 2-gallon bag with their driver's licenses, and put their radio in the 2-gallon Ziploc bag, and then take it back out and give it to them. And then it's their 2-gallon Ziploc bag to keep. We were able to get bags online. I don't know,
I hate to say how cheap, but they're cheap. And so it's not a tremendous expense. And I think those things we can practice. I know I went around to a lot of the local convenience stores just to look and see how they're doing. They've got procedures in place to try to do social distancing and you know, customers that come into the stores. So they themselves are taking precaution. I think maybe it's time to at least try to open up some. And yes, it's going to invite people from the areas that are hot spots, but those areas have kind of started to level off from what I'm seeing. And there's other hot spots now in Kansas, with one of them's our neighbor, you know, to the west. I don't think it greatly increases the risk. My only concern would be to the employees, because we have a lot of older gentlemen that work for us with underlying health issues. So my thought is, regardless, when we open back up, we're going to take some precautions just to try to keep the risk to them as low as possible.
So you already got the bags, and you're already prepared to open up, is what you're saying?
Yes, we are. We're prepared to open up anytime the commission wants to.
I'm a fisherman, and what I've noticed is those people that we're talking about that come to that lake have now switched to another lake, so.
Right, several of them are.
So
Several of them are regulars, pretty much call every day, asking, hey, you open back up, you open back, you know. And so some of our regulars aren't coming down.
well, my meaning is from those spots we were talking about, you know.
Right.
They're already in the county anyway, so if you're comfortable opening, I've got no problem.
A good percentage of that, yeah. You know, and so I don't know what information, if there was any, I'm sorry, I was late getting down here this morning, if the commission had gotten an update from Lindsay or not yet. What I think would be a good idea is to see what Lindsay has to say on this, as far as, you know, she's the health person, as well as if the commission would like, I could visit with Dr. Shell, who's the county health officer, and see if he thinks we're too premature or if we're on schedule. Because the stay-at-home orders due to expire May 3rd. So I could see on May 4th, which is Monday morning.
Monday, yeah.
I could see May 4th, people wanting to go fishing. And that would be before the next commission meeting.
I like it that you've got in place and you're taking that. Personally, I'd like to have Lindsay support with you on that.
Right.
Since she is the health officer.
Sure.
So maybe we could just get her.
Yeah, I planned on, I guess in my mind, I planned on having that information in my mind as to what she's seeing or what she thinks as far as the cases go and how the community, if there's communities, you know, all the details. And then if necessary, we can also, if we need to consult with Dr. Shell, I can always.
You got Russ?
Well, you want me to go see if Lindsay can come down?
And so.
The thing about it is, once they pass it through the gate, and I think Lindsay has this 10-minute rule. Once they get through the gate, they're on their own out there, right? I mean, basically,
right.
Unless something happened.
Well, I know that's been
what if.
In some of the discussions anyway, during the briefings and stuff, that's something that fishing is a necessity, essential function, I guess I should say, under the state stay-at-home orders. But there's questions about how many people can be in a boat then, and do you have to do the 6 foot? I don't want to get into delegating that, you know, to have 3 guys show up for one boat and get a tape measure out to see if they're 6 foot apart. I mean, if we're at that point, we might as well not even reopen.
If they come together in that truck, it's not gonna hurt them being out there.
There you go. And so,
that's their call.
you know, my only concern is that registration process, because it does take a little bit of time. We're trying to look at revamping the form, and maybe, you know, I think we looked at the form and it can be revised, I think. And one thing we looked at doing that I hadn't had time to get with Brad yet was to see if there's some way we can make that a digitized form to put online so that in fact they can fill it out ahead of time before they come down and just bring it with them. They can print it off, and because I don't think it's on our website right now, our registration form, as far as being able to submit it or anything online, is it?
Sheriff's office has people that take care of their side of the website.
Well, it's not sheriff's office. Coffee County Lake is not sheriff's office. It's, I gotta separate the two.
Right.
It's under me because I'm the sheriff, but the board wanted it separated out
Can be done.
under the board. And so I don't have a problem trying to do it, but I don't want to be stepping on toes. So I guess I'm willing to do what I need to do. I know they've been two distinct separate positions and it has its own budget and all that, so. But, I guess I'll see, but,
Russell, I think when you get things.
yeah.
Yeah, honestly, making the form available on the website and even being able to submit it on the website is something we should look at regardless.
We should.
COVID-19.
It would speed our registration process up tremendously because on days when the weather's good.
You have that form. Revise the form first.
Yeah,
And then when you do that, get a copy
Yes,
for
sir.
Brad.
I agree. And that would be a very positive, regardless of what happens, because the fact that on good days, we have fishermen backed up in the
Lined
line,
up waiting to.
whereas we can have those that pre-make, do all of it online. We just got to verify their information, and it would make that process 10 times faster.
To me, Randy, in order to lift the restrictions we have in place, I think and the stay-at-home order is still in place till the 3rd.
Right.
To me, our health department and the Coffee Health System director needs to kind of give us an idea.
I agree.
I think we gotta be,
Yeah.
we gotta be on board with what they're gonna approve for us.
Absolutely. We shouldn't go in contradiction with what our health officials saying at all. I agree. I agree with you. And I thought I'd have that information and I didn't get it. So I thought for some reason I was after Lindsay this morning, and so I was gonna listen to what she said. And then we can quiz her a little bit. We're just talking about Coffee County Lake and reopening it or not reopening it.
So Dr. Shell, we've been in communication with each other about reopening since last Thursday, and we have not arrived at the plan yet. Right now, he has me reaching out to Franklin, Lyon, and Shawnee counties to look at their plans because of how our communities intermix with theirs and then having some numbers of cases. So he wants to get ideas from them first before we make anything official. So my understanding is the governor's guidance could come anytime between now and Wednesday. So her guidance will lead this. I'm assuming we'll do a tiered approach. That's what Shawnee is putting out in Franklin as well. And that's kind of what science is saying we should do. So we'll see what Dr. Shell ultimately decides with that. So we will let you know as soon as we know. We did have a department head meeting on Friday. And as part of that, we did let the others in the courthouse know that the health department will begin seeing patients on May 1st. We could have been seeing them all along, and KDHE has actually encouraged health departments to still immunize and vaccinate, so we don't get kiddos behind, but we weren't able to. The workload was too much. And shifting from doing disease investigation to immunizations it's not a good place for a nurse to be. So we had not been doing those. We will start opening back up on Friday, and those will be appointment only. And we will wear the proper PPE since we are medical professionals performing medical procedures. We will be wearing PPE. I was asked to let the rest of the courthouse know that just so people would know why we are doing it, and it's because we could have been doing it all along. We just staff-wise couldn't do it. So in that meeting, I'll let Russell talk a little bit more about some of the things that came up from the rest of that meeting. you want to go ahead and say that. But as far as reopening the county, I don't have a plan or an order for you yet. What will happen is if the governor lifts her order on for May 3rd, Dr. Shell's previous one will go back into place. And if we don't have anything new by then, we'll at least have that to go off of. So,
And it's in effect until he resigns.
yeah, it is. There's no end date on his.
So the other thing, big thing we talked about, I think in the department meeting, and the other department heads can chime in, is, well, I think we'd like to ask the commission to consider either, inquiring with the architect that we already have on staff to start looking at the jail and sheriff's office, to also maybe include between the active shooter stuff and now the disease barriers, sneeze guards, for lack of a better term, ideas on maybe what we should consider throughout the rest of the courthouse to accomplish both those tasks between the active shooter issues and the disease barrier type issues. So if the commission would entertain whether giving Randy and I permission to inquire with the architect on what their cost might be to add that analyzation, if you will, to come up with a cost estimate on what they well, first come up with suggestions on what they think ideas would be, and then off of those suggestions, the ones that maybe we think we like, come up with a cost of what those would take. So if the commission's open to that idea of inquiring with the architect. Not committing any funds right now, but just asking what they would charge to handle that, basically, or if they're even interested.
I think that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
that's the question.
Okay. So, Brandy and I'll inquire with them more as we meet with them on the jail stuff and see what ideas they have. Was there anything else? Maybe think of for the department meeting that we really talked about for me?
Was there discussion about some patio furniture or help system?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if that's me or whoever, but it's talked about when court ramps back up, it's gonna be full, the lobby's gonna be full, and I think Lindsay maybe suggested, or somebody did, maybe some patio chairs so people can sit outside and be spaced out and not have to stand out there. Encourage them to go outside by giving them a decent place to sit.
Yeah, I want to step up since it's being recorded or whatever, try to stay 6 foot. But yeah, one of the concerns is when court opens back up as well, the dockets are gonna be far behind. I know Wade has been working with the judge and trying to get ahead of the curve as much as possible. But at the end of the day, when people come to court, my concern is not just the person coming to court, but they bring the wife and the 3 kids and things like that. We may look at putting some restrictions on that to where, by working with the court, I may ask the judge to make an administrative order for the court here that only the defendant be allowed to come into the courtroom and the others have to wait outside in their car or whatever. Because I'm concerned about the number of people in the lobby area, and then we're trying to screen people. We're still doing the screening, and so if the screening's still going on and trying to do that, and at the same time, do the court thing, it's gonna create some issues.
And the other suggestion was maybe we come up with some system where they can go sit in their car and then we call them or page them, whatever, there's some options there too. So that everybody is packing into the courthouse lobby. So, I don't know.
Well, it sounds like we're gonna be making some court decisions or suggestions. We're gonna be talking about public health. We're gonna be talking about modifications to the courthouse. I would think besides you and Randy, that possibly Lindsay and Angie should be involved in this as well.
Sure.
We're gonna have health issues besides the, mechanics of the situation, so. I think that we should get several people involved that are involved in the operation of the courthouse and the health issue.
And all this was talked about in the department head meetings, so all of the department heads were involved Friday. So there hasn't been anybody, but there was only one, I think it was involved.
They at least have some idea that we're anticipating these things, and so.
I just want to make sure the left hand knew what the right hand was doing, yeah.
Right.
Of course.
And that's why we just wanted to bring it to the commission to let the commission know what we talked about on Friday and what we're kind of looking at, and if the commission had any issues with us looking at any of those things.
And I think we are anticipating at obviously at some point, like Lindsay said, a tiered approach, which, county government's essential services that people need access to the courthouse and want access to the courthouse. We just gotta be smart about it. And that's where I think our health officials can give us the guidelines as far as recommendations, because like for us with court, with children and adults and, what is a good guideline to operate off of so we can follow those guidelines.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead then with the commission's approval to talk to the architect and maybe work with Angie to see about maybe some furniture outside. Obviously, we don't want cheap stuff that's gonna fall apart. Don't want to go with it either.
Which then leads to the restricted access order that's in place, or resolution that's in place for the courthouse, and what's done with that, if that continues on, if it goes in line with the stay-at-home order, I think the consensus is that at least the appointments and how it's been working internally, that it works, but there has to be a day and time when some additional consideration is given to opening that back up. And then there was discussion about, do you have someone sitting out front? There was talk about an information booth at the front just for a presence, whether that be law enforcement, whether that be something else, just so you know the full canopy of ideas that were put forward. And I don't know if Lindsay or Russell has any ideas on the restricted access. I know that wasn't initially the recommendation of the health department.
Right. It sounds like we need one. Russell and, or sorry, Dr. Shell and Lindsay are waiting on guidance from the governor to bring guidance to us about reopening.
Yeah.
So
I think it's safe to say, as far as the department head, I felt it was kind of a mix of, some of them like the way it is right now, and some felt like it's time to, we don't necessarily need the reader at the front door, here within the next couple of weeks. And I felt that was a pretty mixed of the group, so.
I think it was based on each office's normal functions and, the flow of citizens that come to their offices. So I think that's what kind of created a mixed bag, is everybody has different numbers on a daily basis and comes in depending on when it is, so.
Yeah, I think we all agreed, or maybe not all, but most of us, the appointment type of a system is working, and maybe what we'll do for a while. I don't see us opening up for walk-in Wednesdays anytime soon. So, regardless of what happens with Dr. Shell and whatnot. So, the appointments will be how we operate for a while. And I kind of heard that from others as well. We agree with that. Yeah.
I think the appointment thing is manageable. It really is, by coordinating with the screening people we got in place down there for everybody. By coordinating with each office on their scheduling of appointments, I think that can work pretty good and stuff.
But it's, like Wade said, that's in place right now, whether that's months from now, I mean, a big decision.
Sure. Yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna be possibly on a week-by-week basis, or
for a while,
couple of weeks by couple of weeks basis.
It definitely
summer
sounds like
anyway.
we're not informed enough to make any changes this week, so.
Right.
Regarding the lake as well, although I see the lake as something that if we came in Monday, we could open it Tuesday and
Right.
with your
I
recommendation.
think based on what I'm hearing, that's probably a good idea, is to stay in line with everything else that's going on until we see what happens with the governor's orders. And then I can get back with Lindsay and I want to make sure our process is all in line with our recommendations. So that's my concern is that all the guys, that are health issues out there.
Yeah.
So I want to try to, masks and that sort of thing, just. So.
One thing I will say is, our last case that was not a Life Care resident was on April 13th. So we're now 2 weeks out from that. The rest have all been Life Care residents. So I think that's a good place to be right now. And we've still been testing several through the weekend and last week, so negatives. So that's good.
Good.
Have you heard any discussion down your pipeline on, I was watching the news and stuff on some of the states reopening on the testing of essential workers in order for them to be able to work?
Not Kansas yet.
I know it wasn't in Kansas, but I didn't know if that's in the, discussions. That's a lot of testing.
Not that I've seen.
That's all I got. If you guys got any other questions?
Questions for Russell or Lindsay?
Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So did that answer your question, Randy?
I think so. Let me grab my stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Getting old. I think it does. I think then at this point, I'll stand still on the lake and we'll just hang tight. We'll go ahead and keep refining our processes that we have in place and recommendations that we're going to do so that I got that in order for you Monday. I'll work with Lindsay to make sure our processes are, fall within the parameters of the health recommendations. We'll be ready to go. We'll be ready to go.
I
So
think your online registration deals good.
I think it will. I think it will. I think most of, people have that ability now and stuff. And so I think that would go good. So next Monday. Change it. I gotta make myself notes.
I would think that would be one of the places where we could actually start without too much concern, would be the lake.
With limited risk. Yeah, limited risk. And I didn't get on the agenda because I didn't know if I'd be prepared, and I'm not really prepared. As the commission got time to talk about last week, I know you asked if I wasn't available, and I apologize. I was under the weather and stuff. So I didn't know if the commission had any questions. I guess you guys got this. This was circulated. Any questions about any decisions I made or anything, or why, or be glad to.
Randy, the questions I had, you talked to me 2 weeks ago in the hallway. And made a commitment, to me it was a commitment, that whatever the commission decided to do with payroll, it would be accepted by you and your department.
Correct.
So when we got the CP5, you've got 11 or 12 in the sheriff's department and the jail, that you've awarded step increases that also got a step increase last year. And then you've got 4 employees, 2 of them you've given, to me, substantial increases in pay.
Who would that be?
I don't have the documents I've got downstairs, and I can't talk about individuals in the open session. And then you had one that you give 2 step increases to, and then there was another one that went from a reclassification. To me, what your response to me 2 weeks ago that you were going to honor what the commission's decision was, and that was to advance those employees that qualified for a one-step increase. That's what you would expect.
Right.
So, we're in a, that's the reason I voted no. One of the reasons I voted no against the CP5. We got 40 employees that qualified for step increase, or 43 or 4. There was, of those, there was 3 or 4 that wasn't awarded it by department heads. And then there was 11 or 12 that received a step increase that also received one on April 19th. And so to me, you absolutely didn't honor what the commission's decision was. And then there was 4 employees that got increases over and above. One of them was a 4% increase in pay. One of them was 11% increase in pay. And to me, that's outside what the commission voted on.
Right. Well, I guess.
Especially after you responded to me that you would accept it. I don't like that.
Well, these are step increases that have been in place for quite some time, based on promotions last year. When I came to the commission with the updated job descriptions, the new job description, and did that presentation to the commission, and the commission decided not to act on that, on those recommendations. What I felt like they just needed approval or agreeance on the updated job descriptions, and the board didn't take action. And then at that time, I said I would then just go ahead and take them over and put them on file with the clerk's office with the payroll notices, and that's where I submit my payroll notices to, is for the fact that the board did not recognize those updated job descriptions, which included promotions. And so if you were to go back and discuss individual employees and look at their pay when it changed, the vast majority have been in place for quite some time. These aren't something I did not, and you correct me if I'm wrong, if you go back and look, none of these awards of increases were made after I talked to you. None. I did not go back and say, well, let's change this real quick, let's change that real quick, let's do this, let's do that. No, I didn't do that. Didn't happen. I don't know if that's your understanding, or.
I don't recall the exact dates of what.
Right, because I told you that I would support whatever decision the commission made.
But there was 11 or 12 of them that received a step increase April of 19.
Well,
and then they got to wait 2 years.
They got those step increases a long time ago.
The CP5 form says April of 19. April of 19. And then those 11 or 12 more, they need to have 2 years before they get another one.
Unless they get a promotion. Right.
And one thing the manual shows or says that any, and I don't recall exactly, but any approval has to come through our administrative assistant to review, and then it's passed on to the commission for final approval or denial.
I know.
We haven't seen any of that paperwork from you this year. And you and I go back a long ways. We're friends. I want to keep that friendship. But there's a chain of command, or whatever you want to, there's a chain of command based on the manual that is not followed from your department.
Okay. Okay, I guess that leads me to a question then on the policy and procedure manual. Is it the commission's position or belief then that as an elected official I should follow and be bound by this policy and procedure manual?
We adopted it, and the department heads have also adopted it.
Okay.
And every employee has read it when they were hired, supposedly.
Right.
We know that hasn't happened because they don't read it until.
Well, I've been reading it front to back.
Too, but everything's got to pass through us for approval or denial.
And see, I think that's where we disagree.
But the manual is very clear.
Okay. But I think that's the part that confuses me, because as an elected official, there are certain things within my authority and discretion that conflict with the policy manual. So my question is then if my statutory and legal authorities conflict with the county's policy manuals, which one wins?
To me, it should be the commission manual. You need to have a responsibility to follow it. And because it's based on statutes.
No, well, we can debate that all day long because it does not follow state statute. It does not follow case law. It does not follow attorney general opinions.
See, we're getting into things there I don't have. All I'm doing is following our manual.
And see, I think that's where the unfortunate part is I've lived through when I was hired in '88 as a deputy, we had no policy manual and no step increases. And it was not a good situation employment wise. You didn't know if you were going to get a pay raise from year to year, if you were going to get anything. And so back when this came along, and I can't remember when it first came along. Anyway, in the late 80s, early 90s as a deputy and as an employee, we were ecstatic. We were ecstatic to see a wage classification system and something to operate by. Okay, and I wasn't sheriff, I was a deputy, but it was a welcome thing by all agencies. And then come along that little thing called Nylander that kind of just blew everything up. And at that time, I was an elected official. I'd become sheriff. I was part of Nylander. I helped hire the attorney that fought on behalf of Kansas sheriffs before the Supreme Court. I was involved in the defense of Nylander. And if you look at Nylander, it was an unfortunate situation, but it is a situation that I think is similar to what you're talking about is that between the board and Nylander, it was over the commission firing a deputy. And when the sheriff said, no, I'm not going to fire a deputy, and the commission said, yes, we're firing a deputy, he's fired. The sheriff said no and kept him working. And then while the sheriff was actually on vacation, the board fired him again. And that's how we're at where we're at now. So the sheriff didn't do anything wrong. He was doing what his statutory authority said he had, which takes precedence over any county policy manual. And so I guess I've seen it all. I've seen it from pre-nothing to Nylander to where we're at now. And I think that's where it's confusing as an elected official because I've been going through the policy manual. And there is conflicting stuff in here.
So in your viewpoint, you're saying that you can change the classification, you can increase the wages on any employee you have at any time at your discretion without going through the commission?
I believe based on the way our wage classification system and our pay scale is set up, I've said for years that yes, I have that authority. I believe I do. I believe based on our circumstances and facts and the fact that I feel like as an elected official, I try to do the right thing. I came before the board last year with updated job descriptions and to show, and I had it laid out, and I've done this several times when pay has been an issue for my people. Hell, I spent my own personal vacation time when I was on family vacation working on it. I come back with mounds of information for the commission, and in 15 minutes it was discarded. Didn't want to hear it and was just basically thrown away. And then last year I came in trying to do the right thing, and in my mind I thought, well, I want to work with the commission. And I had all these updated job descriptions that every other department has been allowed and over time has updated their job description, created multi-tiers, etc. And the commission said no. Commission didn't want to act on it.
Time out.
What?
I want to tell you the same thing I told you then.
Yeah.
To keep from having to do this with every department and every elected official over and over and over. That was one of the primary reasons that I was and still am so much in favor of this wage and compensation classification study. That way we can address everyone and get this taken care of. And at that time, I asked if you were willing to work with us and wait until we got this done. And that has stretched out, unfortunately, longer than we originally planned. But again, with COVID-19 now, there are millions and millions of things that are outside of anyone's control that affect this.
Okay, so Cody, I would agree with that to the extent I've been asked to trust the commission. And when I talked to the commission last year, in fact, a number of commissioners said, yep, this is important. We don't want to dilly-dally. It needs to be a priority. We need to get on this now. And so I waited and I waited and I waited, and a month went by. And I asked about it again, and yep, we're working on it. It's a hot topic, it's priority. Those are my words, not yours. But yep, we want to get this taken care of now. 2 months went by. I mean, time and time went by, and I came back to the commission and said, okay, I'm not gonna wait. That's not fair to my people that have earned promotions, and I put them in leadership positions. They got a promotion and they're not getting compensated for it when every other person that's came before this commission has gotten theirs. And if I don't get mine in place, are you gonna even consider it on the wage and compensation study? Or because you didn't recognize them, then the McGrath is not gonna address them? Because they're my job descriptions that I updated with a wage classification system that is based off of your guys's and just adds one tier, it's all it does. But it's based off of those updated job descriptions, because there's not a tier on the law enforcement side where there is on the others, except for one. So I'm concerned, and I waited and I waited, and no action by the commission. So I guess I have a problem trusting the commission that they're even going to consider those job descriptions and those promotions for wage purposes and for consideration. I guess I would ask the commission today, are those job descriptions going to be considered?
Well, Randy, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to tell you that isn't going to be my decision. That's going to be the decision of the people doing the job study.
Well, I guess they're going to go based off of the job description book that your administrative assistant would have, which my job descriptions aren't not included in the county's job description.
Were you at the meeting Friday with Lisa Eichholt from McGrath?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was.
She's gonna have individual meetings with department heads and elected officials.
And I'm looking forward to that.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, great. I'm looking forward to that.
But again, part of this is job descriptions. Okay.
Well,
We're not in a position to tell her what the job description has to be for your employees. That's you and your employee.
I guess I foresee her asking for direction, because she's gonna ask for materials on behalf of the commission, because the commission is the one authorizing the study. And so by the commission authorizing the study, she's gonna ask for those materials, which then I obviously could present my materials, but at some point, we're gonna have to address this.
Right.
At some point, we're gonna have to say what's what and who's who and where's where and all that. But my deal is, I tried to work with the commission, and I was patient last year, and I waited, and I didn't do anything underhanded or sneaky. I came back before the commission with that stuff to say, let's get it in place. Let's get it in place. I was told that this was gonna be a very short, we were gonna move forward in an expedient manner, and that it shouldn't take more than a couple of months. And that's why my people that got promoted were patient. They didn't get a pay raise then. I said, be patient. Be patient. Let's work with the commission. So we can't use COVID-19 because, yes, now, but that's only been in place for a couple of months. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, and I felt like I had an obligation to my employees that earned those promotions and within the system, that they were, obviously I acknowledge they were not acknowledged by the commission or accepted by the commission. I acknowledge that. But I believe then when that happens in the conflict based on practice of the commission, then I think I have a basis in which to go ahead and submit those to the clerk as acceptable under the Attorney General's decision or Attorney General's opinions in the Supreme Court, as well as just the state statutes, because state statute may say a particular thing. We run into this all the time. The statute says something, and you think, well, the statute means this. Well, what you're not looking at is the case law that goes with it. And you get into the volumes and volumes of case law that you got to be a lawyer to understand it. I get it. And I'm not a lawyer, but we read a lot of the PIC instructions that determine the basis for criminal things, etc. And I know there's a lot of case law that go along with things. But my concern is I'm getting I guess, does every commissioner feel that way, that elected officials should be bound or following this policy manual?
I feel elected officials have a lot of rights and responsibilities that you can do that. So here's what I take from this. You'd already had turned in for those deals, people were getting paid those, right?
Yes.
And you just turned them in again. And
we put them on our CP5.
We approved them. We as a commission approved them last week. So that's over. We approved those last week. Looking forward, the McGrath study, she will ask you, and I want you to tell her everything you want to tell her about your department and everything. And then let's wait and see how she plays it out. She may do everything in your favor. And if she doesn't, then it's time we have a conversation again. But I don't see any reason for us sitting here discussing really and arguing until now, because what you put in for last week has been approved. So that's there.
Well, I just don't want the commission to have the impression that I did something underhanded and went back and added people. These are people that have been in place. And see, that's something that CP5 doesn't tell you, is necessarily the information on when they went that time and step and when they got that promotion. I don't like our system, but I'll abide by it. And the CP5, but the problem we have is as well as something that was concerning, is the CP5 we submitted got changed. I don't, did you change it?
Your department did not get yours turned in when they were due.
And I agree. Part of that is we were waiting on the commission for a final decision on the cost of living, or step increases, no step increases. And instead of doing the same thing 4 times, we waited and waited on that. And that was my reasoning for trying to wait to see what final decision the commission would have. But some got arbitrarily changed, which then when I get my CP5 back and I see that there's people that have been changed, then I've got to go through, I got to relook at every one of them, because I don't feel like anybody has the right to change those without talking to me, without having that discussion. And it's the Board of County Commissioners that really that discussion should be with. If things are in disagreement on the CP5 and your resolution, I don't feel like they should just be arbitrarily changed without because it impacts my budget. It impacts my classification. Honestly, it impacts, more importantly, my employees' pay. So I think there's a problem with our system, and I think there's issues that I've had promises from the commission that years ago on this policy and procedure manual. I'm on the committee. Who else on the committee? I know Angie is. I believe at one time Bob was on the policy and procedure committee.
Yeah.
We had a policy and procedure committee, and we were doing the work. And because the important part at that time is the commission wanted buy-in from elected officials. So we had elected officials involved and appointed officials involved. And we met for hours upon hours, going through this manual and trying to create a manual that would be acceptable by elected officials. And then all of a sudden, we were no longer needed before it was finished. It went back to the county counselor at that time, which was Chris. And next thing you know, a lawyer finishes our manual and I go back and I start looking at things that are in the manual, and I've been reading it, and there's things that got changed from what we had.
That was actually with Doug.
Doug,
and
okay.
That would be, actually, I was not on it when you were doing all that.
Oh, okay.
I never got on it until after it came back from that attorney and all that.
So that's what's disappointing for me, is that we were doing the right thing. we were trying to do the right thing. As elected officials, we still felt like we had authority, but we wanted to work with the commission to create a policy manual that we can live by. The disheartening part is, what was it, a couple of years ago, when there was an issue that was raised by one person about the pay of a person supervising somebody else being less than the person they were supervising. Some of you may remember that. And they brought that issue up, and that was in violation of our policy manual. And so you changed the policy. You changed the policy. It said, well, okay, from now on, we don't like that policy because it says what we don't want it to say. And in fact, the commission said here, and a commissioner said, it's our manual, it's our policies, we can change them anytime we want.
You know, policies are made to be updated. But, you know, that's just like the regular business world, and we're not getting anything here, Randy.
No, but I think it's important dialogue and discussion.
This discussion.
For me, as far as the salary study, I agree with it. It's taking way too long, way too long, way too long. I was for the salary study basically because an independent firm, you know, not done in-house.
I was in favor of it too.
But, you know, we had one that presented an HR audit, one that didn't, and none, you know, and it's going on for way too long. I agree to that. We approved the CP5 last week.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
The CP5.
We've asked Wade to contact Attorney General as far as the Nylander thing, as to whether you can use county-owned software to change payroll or not, I don't know.
Well, and that's why that's why I wanted to have this discussion as much as anything, is because I went back and looked at the video from last week, and I couldn't hear all the discussion and stuff, but it got danced around, and as far as my opinion, based on body language and verbiage, that basically the commission is looking for an attorney general's opinion.
Yes.
Which I'm just going to say it.
So
in order to take legal action against elected officials. That's my concern, is and I'm not going to stand back and not prepare myself when it was about pay and who controls the payroll software and who gets to enter data, because then it comes down to payroll notices.
I don't think anybody's saying anything about legal action.
And it got danced around, and from my perspective, viewing it later in the video was the commission was very disheartened with my submissions, which that CP5's done.
There were several that were different from the original, and it's done. Let's move on, and we'll wait for Attorney General's opinion as to whether, you know, I don't know.
I guess I wish we could come to a point where if we're going to be bound by the manual, then let's follow the manual. If you're going to follow the manual, then as a commission, you're obligated to follow the manual.
That's pretty much why we changed to approve step increases as opposed to cost of living, because we were going against the manual by not doing that.
But I feel like there's other issues in which I've read this manual and I'm going through it, in which the commission has not followed their policies and procedures. And I won't get into them now.
And I can't tell you that I've read the manual from front to back. I couldn't tell you that we have or have not. If Wade or somebody wants to tell me that, hey, that's not policy and procedure, then I will vote that way.
The difficult position, I guess, I find myself in is when I'm in on a commission meeting and I see something that doesn't follow the policy and procedures. If I stand up and say, whoa, Mr. Chairman, that's in violation of your policies and procedures, then I'm going to be considered a jerk and confrontational and just trying to stir up issues with the commission. I mean, let's be honest, that's the feelings and emotions that would be like, wow, shit. Well, shoot, every week the sheriff comes before us and he calls us out on our policies if we're not following them. And we haven't followed them. There's been issues I've had with the commission previously over the last several years, particularly about different issues. And I've voiced a complaint with the commission and nothing was taken. No action was taken. Commission hasn't done anything. There's been a couple of disputes in which I believe I followed the policy manual in order to address issues with the commission. And the commission just said, thank you. And that was it.
So I need to ask you a question if I may.
You betcha.
Have I done anything since I've been here against policy manual, been in or voted for anything that doesn't go along with policy manual?
Yes. I mean, well, the policy manual, there's been disputes over the wage issues and the last year, the job descriptions and all that, which you were not, the commission as a whole, and it was a thumbs up, thumbs down type deal. I wish we would have took an official vote, so I would have known for sure where everybody stood on these new job descriptions and promotions. I wish I would have asked for a vote on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't ask for a vote because the chairman at that time said the commission wasn't, and the commission supported that, was my impression from people shaking their head in the room that day, that they weren't going to accept those. So I feel like that's in contradiction.
Is that the only?
Yeah, very few things have on.
Can I speak up?
Yeah.
I'd like to add, I can think of an instance when some recording was going on that only 3 commissioners knew about, and you were one of them.
I did not know about that recording. I did not approve of that
That
recording.
was, we understood Cody, Don, and you knew.
There's no man.
Fred knew.
Yep.
No ma'am.
Don, I didn't know.
Or Don didn't know? Okay.
No
I
ma'am.
don't even know what you're referring to now, but
The recordings.
The recordings of me when I was before the commission, and that's another thing.
But, let's,
Yeah,
we're not getting anywhere.
so,
here.
yeah.
So that was just my question. Again, the only, now I lost train of thought because.
The policies. and
Yeah,
stuff.
but.
I think
guess what
other
I'm
than
saying,
that,
all this
the issues
turmoil
I've had,
and all
Tom,
this
as far as
BS going on around
policies.
here happened long before I got here. All this turmoil, all this, I don't care for so-and-so and so-and-so don't care for me, started way before I got here. I'm very disappointed that I even have this job some days. I really am.
Played into one of my
And it's-
decisions to retire.
You know, it's just, it's not the job I expected, but I'm not a quitter either. So I'm gonna do, each day I wake up thinking I'm gonna be a better person than I was yesterday. I'm gonna do a better job than I did last week. Again, we've approved the CP5. Let's move on. We still need it. I think the Nylander law is a gray area. I'd like to educate myself on that further. I have read some things, I've talked to some people.
Did you get the slides from the
I have got that.
county commission training? That Cooper put on a training. He's the lawyer that argued the Nylander, but he put on a training session for the county commission.
I don't,
I mean, I
I
have
said
those
in on
slides,
several classes.
Because he
but
put
anyway,
he put the same class on to sheriffs as well.
Again, we can beat this up for
Well, I think,
another hour or two, but
The
I agree with
Nylander
you. I agree with you that salary studies take way too long.
but unfortunately, Nylander,
It has a lot of different opinions. People look at the same thing and come out with a different opinion. You get a different attorney general, he might have a different opinion to this one. But it is what it is, and I agree with Tom. We've proved everything.
right,
Let McGrath is actually working on it now. I don't think there's any more hiccups, or anybody wants to add anything that we didn't want to start out with. But
Well,
it's there, and you will have your opportunity to talk to her, and I want you to express all your feelings to her, and then let's see how she comes back with it.
but she doesn't represent the commission, and it's a trust issue. And I know you, because I've been accused, or it's been alluded to the fact that I can't be trusted. It's true, that you feel like I've done something, I snuck things in, one thing or another, when I feel like I can't trust the commission because the commission has done things to me, and then turned around and did a complete opposite. Like me being recorded. Commission said during that training like 2 years ago, we all sat in on it. And out of that training, we all said, we wanted recording. We wanted commission meetings to be audio and video recorded. And the commission sat here and said, no, it's not needed. It's not necessary. Angie does a great job and the newspaper does a great job. We don't do recordings. We're not gonna do recordings. But then I find out, and I witnessed it myself, when the little recorder got dropped out of her pocket onto the floor in the hallway. And then I find out that I'm one of them being secretly recorded. And then I find out 3 commissioners know about it.
Again,
How does that build trust?
I was not one of those commissioners. That happened long before I got here. If somebody told you I knew, I was aware of it, they're misinformed you.
It was just what, last year?
Last year that it was discovered,
Yeah. How far back do the recordings go?
I have no idea.
I don't either. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna ask. I want those recordings. Can I have those recordings?
I believe it was turned over.
There was only 3 turned over, and if it was confrontations or like we're having now where we don't agree on things, then I'm confident there's other recordings, not just 3.
The only thing I can say is,
And I'd like to know what that motive was by the commission to allow that.
I know it was said in the commission meeting that Don and I basically were the only 2 people that didn't know about it. So. And I don't want to get into that, I guess.
But don't you see that?
It was approved by 2 other previous commissioners is what I was told.
Who was that?
The 2 that are not here this year. Or
It'd
not-
be Kenneth Combs and,
I'm not gonna mention names.
well, I think we should.
I was just told that. I don't know. I wasn't one of those that said,
How
hey,
long these recordings been going on? Because when I asked, I was told October previous year, 2018, October 2018 to the summer of, just this past year. So it'd be in October
I came in
2019.
in January of 2019.
So this would have been
So how would I have known
October.
about it?
I was told that October of 2019 is the earliest recording.
It'd been last fall.
Yeah. It's this commission setting. And they continued up until April, until it was discovered that these recordings were occurring. And then the commission changed their tune and said, oh, we're in favor of recordings. Do you see where if you were on my end,
Do you see where I'm coming from? Because I did not.
if you're telling me you didn't know, Tom, I'll take you for your word.
I did not know.
I'll take you for your word, sir.
Because once you told me it was 2018, October 2018, now it's October 2019.
All
Which
right.
one is it?
We're not getting anywhere with
Well,
this.
Well,
Let's,
I know we're not
I
getting anywhere.
We're not getting anywhere, but I think it goes to the important fact of trust.
right. And
Trust.
so to move forward, what can we do to build trust? Are we not, to move forward, are we not trying to get the wage classification compensation stuff taken care of? I know you still have trust issue. I see where you're coming
Okay.
from. You don't think that we'll do anything with those results when we get
No,
them
I
back,
think you will.
because that's happened in the past.
But I think this commission will take it serious.
Okay.
I do.
So I would.
What do I want? I want the commission to work with us
Okay, so
and acknowledge that elected officials
Randy.
have certain authorities.
I have sat here and let you speak your piece. Let me speak mine.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, you're right. I'm sorry for interrupting.
The policy manual. Next item. Do we need to review that policy manual? Do we need to get all the elected officials together and come to a consensus that if we all create buy-in, if we all put our 2 cents in and come up with a policy manual, that we all follow? Is that possible?
I think it's possible. We did it before. I think the problem is this is a problem that I see, is say we work on this, and I want to work on this. I will work with you on this. And maybe we'll make some headway. So then say we do, and we come to a consensus, and we agree to abide by this manual, and this commission agrees to abide by this manual. Where's my guarantee you're not going to change it on me because you don't like one of the policies that's in there? And how do I get that guarantee? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of what happened previously where there was something in the policy manual which made sense. A person supervising should make more than the person they're supervising, period. But the commission disagreed because of the way it was presented, and I'm not rehashing that situation, but that's just so how, and it was this commission. I don't know if it was, you were on there, Tom, at the time or not, when the policy got rescinded. that quick? And how do we guarantee that you guys, that we can, if we are gonna abide by it? And the problem, legal standing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wade, the problem is future commissions, and I'm not worried, I mean, I'm retiring, but if you think the issues are gonna go away because I retire, it's not. A new sheriff's gonna step in, and he's gonna go through the same training I go through, or have gone through, experienced, whatever, and knows all this, just like commission seats change. And there's no legal way to bind any agreements we have with future commissions or elected officials. You can't bind them, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, but how do I, if you and I agree, say, as chairman, you as the chairman, represent the commission, and we say we're all going to abide by this, and we sign our name on the dotted line, then what's to keep, because of legal precedents, to keep you guys or me from breaking it? Include me. What's to keep me from breaking it? Other than our word. Other than our word. And that, I know we may disagree, but my word means something to me. And I know it means something to each and every one of you guys. Because you guys are good guys. You know, you guys are good people in a difficult job. I get that. It's just we don't agree. We're going to agree to disagree on a lot of issues. And I think as long as we can accept that and it's not personal, as long as we don't make it personal, I think we can have these discussions. And I think even though it's taken up time, I think it's a very positive thing that if we can move forward to resolve issues, we should. And we shouldn't be on a timeline or a time crunch. But how do we bind elected officials and boards of county commissions to a policy manual? It says, I know Attorney General's opinion says that elected officials are only bound by a policy manual if they agree to be bound by it.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
That's the Attorney General's opinion. That an elected official can only be bound by a policy manual if they agree to be bound by it.
So why are we talking? Heck, if I don't agree with it, we don't have to do it.
There you go. You don't have to. You don't have to.
But I want to go on record as saying I knew nothing of any other recording other than the one I voted for sitting right there.
Who did know, I guess.
So
You can have to search that further than me.
I'm just gonna have to jump in, at least on the recording issue. If anybody wants copies of the recordings, I have them. Anybody can ask for them. They can issue requests under an open records request. I think at the time that happened, I requested them. They were provided, and there's nothing to hide. And there's more than 3. I've got all of them. Brad made copies of them, and I have all of them. Second part, based on what happened, I self-reported to the Attorney General's office on behalf of the Commission.
Do you remember what month that was? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you remember what month that was?
I don't remember right now. Okay. I self-reported. The Attorney General's office looked into it, and they issued I guess not a decision. They provided feedback. One of the things that they suggested was the Open Meetings Act training that occurred here. Yep. And they closed their case. I have a copy of that paperwork in case anybody wants it. We're running in circles right now, at least with that issue. Those documents are available. The recordings are available. There's nothing, that was handled at the time, and I thought we had moved on from it. So that, I understand the trust issue. I understand everything that's going on here. And it's something that hopefully will be addressed one way or another. You know, the policy manual, and as you probably heard during the meeting last week, some places interpret it a different way. I don't know that answer. Hiring and firing, as we talked about last week, is pretty self-explanatory. Promote, I don't know. Some places have a different opinion. But what the whole goal is here is internal equity among all the all the departments. And I know from different people who have talked to me internally, the difference between what an elected official can do and what a department head can do creates some tension. And I think the goal is to try to deal with that tension to see that everybody is treated the same internally. Now, you are correct. There are a whole lot of different things that an elected official can do by statute that gives them that legal authority under Nylander and a bunch of those AG opinions. And the whole goal years ago with the elected official statutes is to create internal harmony between, which is probably what it's not done. But the board has some tools, and so does the elected official.
Sure.
And,
I agree.
and whether an elected official wants to buy into the policy, I mean, do they have to? I think that's a question that the goal would be that they do, but they don't necessarily. And where does the board have its, that they control the purse strings, right? That they're responsible for that. So
They're responsible for financing each office.
So budgets are the way that they control things. And then how an elected official runs their department is how an elected official runs their department, where the board can't intervene, is my understanding. So the goal is that everybody get along, and the board not control how you run your office or how the clerk runs her office or any other elected official. But internal equity, I think, is important as well. And I think that may be what the goal is here from the board, and they can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to be sending something to the Attorney General's office because it may be a simple answer, and it may say that the answer may be that Randy Rogers, as sheriff, as long as he's operating within his budget, he can do whatever he wants. And that may be the answer, but it may be a different answer. We don't know.
Right. So. And I'll say it this way, Wade has been phenomenal anytime I've asked questions or anything. And so Wade, this is not directed at Wade or anything else, for the fact that, but there's things I can't go to Wade about as county counselor. And I'll just say this, because he's the commission's counsel. Even though he's the county counselor, it's viewed that he's the commissioner's counselor. And so if there's, I create a conflict, but Wade can't have a conflict of interest and represent us both. If we have a disagreement, he can't be lawyer for you, and he can't be lawyer for me. He just can't do it. And so I have to get legal advice as well. And so I have to go outside. I feel like I'm the one that has to go outside outside of Wade to get legal advice. And I try to operate. And let me say this. It's not that I don't believe in policies. I believe in policies. Sometime you want to come look at our sheriff's office policies. They incorporate a lot of the things that are in this manual. Incorporate a lot of the things that are in this manual. They do the vast majority of policies that are in here coincides with my policies as well. They mirror them 100%. But there's areas where they don't. And those are the areas that I would like to see us fix, or at least resolve, or at least have an understanding, like the firing part. I think that's clear, but the policy manual says the board has the right to fire. And see, that's a conflict with the Attorney General's opinion and what the statute says, because it says the board is the final authority, that if I fire somebody, they can aggrieve that up the chain of command, and that it's the board that shall have a pre-disciplinary hearing to basically define the fate of that employee. That's what the manual says. And then they can override me and put him back in my office, which is not true. That cannot happen. I'm the one that issues the oath and issues the commission. So I don't want them back in my office, I don't have to take them back. And they shouldn't come back. I mean, I think, can we all agree on that, that the board should not decide who works for me and
I don't think
who doesn't?
I don't think we ever disagreed on any of that.
But that's in your policy manual.
Right, we've identified we need to do something about it.
So I would like to see us move forward and work to resolve these issues. But I would say the same thing back to the board, that I would ask that the board not dwell every week, or like when we do checks and vouchers and the comments that are made about expenditures and why so much training and this and that, without educating yourself. Because statutorily, certification wise and statutorily, my people have to have so many hours of training a year. 911 dispatchers, for their certifications, they have to have so much training, and it's prescribed training. And that's not training we can do local. You have to go. And it costs money. I don't disagree. But I think, we see the effect of good proactive law enforcement to the degree that, Wade is needing to expand his office, and rightfully so. And the courts are inundated. Well, those cases didn't generate themselves. Law enforcement generated those cases. Law enforcement out doing their job. Well, if they're going to do their job and they're going to go buy drugs undercover, they better dang well know what the law says. That's knowledge that can only be gained through training. You can't get it out of a manual. You can't get it out of listening. You got to go get the training. And then why do we have to, from my perspective, when I sit and watch the vouchers and stuff being signed and the comments, I take it personal. When comments are made, that I take them as degrading to my employees. I take them as a crappy comment. That if I said that, I would be called out on it. But if I sit here and start calling you guys out on everything you do that I don't like, then I create more confrontation. But if I sit back and take it, then what kind of leader am I as an elected official in charge of 50 employees to sit back and let it happen and do nothing? Then my employees think the sheriff won't stand up for us. The sheriff won't clear the air and make it clear as to why this training and it costs this much money, or the gift bags we bought for a parade that we had to buy when we already were in the area and we didn't make a special trip. But I hear these comments. If I suit nothing, one of two things: either they lose respect for you guys, or they lose respect for me. Go ahead, Tom.
So when that comes across my desk and it says he stayed at Holiday Inn Express and he went out to eat at Hoo-Ha Mongolian Grill or Texas Roadhouse, Red Lobster, can there be something on there that says we attended training for such and such? Because all it says is Holiday Inn Express, Red Lobster.
You should be seeing that on the expenditures now. I switched over.
We should be seeing it now.
Huh?
We should be seeing it now. We haven't been seeing it in the past. So if it says on there, so-and-so was in Hugoton, Kansas, or wherever, I mean, those are some of the ones I'm just seeing.
We try to catch that.
Or whatever, but it doesn't never say that. So that's why you get the comments you get.
But, well,
because it doesn't
instead
say.
of comments, ask. Can you guys say, hey, can the sheriff, I tell you what I'll do. I'll sit down here while you guys sign checks and vouchers, my checks and vouchers or whatever. And that way, if there's any questions, I'm more than glad to ask or answer. But again, we're not going to be perfect in the way we submit our bills. But
in the same
somebody's got to do it.
The same token, nobody's come to your office and said, hey, we've had enough of this, or nothing like that. We questioned why you're in Wichita at the casino, motel, or wherever you want to call that place.
That's where the conference is at.
It doesn't say attended sheriff's conference. It doesn't say anything other than motel and eats. That's all.
Okay.
So if that was on there, probably going, oh, okay, they attended a dog training class or whatever the heck it is. So
yeah, interestingly, because we hear a lot about the meals a lot of times. Interestingly, I was in Topeka at a training, and I stopped at McDonald's. and I ordered some very basic food, nothing elaborate, but I do like to eat McDonald's. It was almost $15. $15 at McDonald's. So when we do go to training, do we eat at McDonald's? Not necessarily. I allow them to eat reasonable if it's out of. So I think those are things that if we came to an agreement and we open up a chain of dialogue that's positive and not negative.
I know a
we
lot of
should.
departments have put on there that they can train or whatever, so if you can do that too, then at least we'll know. But I do take this very serious on this recording deal and tell you, I can look you right in the eye, I can look any one of you right in the eye and say, I know nothing of any recording other than one I pushed to get right there.
Can we ask Donna who knew? What commissioners were aware of it?
I don't think that's what we're here for now.
Well, I would like to know.
You wanna know?
Yeah.
I was told there were recordings.
Okay, who else? I did, and I also know of other recordings that were made, not by me and not by Don.
I don't know anything about that.
Well, I do. So I'm tired of hearing about it.
I am too, and I'm sorry I take offense to it. I do take offense to it. I knew nothing.
Well, I think that what I tried to do, and maybe I did elaborate, I'm trying to lay a foundation to show trust. That we say one thing and then trust gets violated,
Well, the trust has been violated for a long time.
both ways.
Long before I got here.
Because one doesn't do anything and then the other, I'm bullheaded and I say, well, I'm not gonna do it then. And then the commission does something and they say, well, we're gonna do this, and then the sheriff does this, and then the commission does this. And then I get blindsided before a commission meeting and a lot of things have built up to where I'm at today, Brad.
My problem is that I've never said anything in a meeting that I didn't care if it was recorded. Why are you so concerned?
I'm not, I wanna know the motive. Why it's selectively picked.
I suggest we move on. All we're gonna do
Again,
is speeches.
Back to where we were an hour ago.
Okay.
Moving forward. What do you wanna do?
I wanna see if we can't work together.
Okay, how do we
We'll
wanna
keep
do
their
that?
words. Let's work together on this policy manual. We had, this policy manual needs, if the commission is willing to acknowledge that there's corrections that need to be made in order to acknowledge the differences or whatever. So that I think it's confusing to the employee, because in the front, it does make a disclaimer. In the front, it does make a disclaimer. The policy makes a disclaimer, and then any of these policies should be found in violation of Kansas law or federal law, then Kansas law and federal law shall prevail. Plain and simple. So I think I have one definition of what those authorities are that takes precedence over the policy manual, but I don't think it coincides with your guys's. So I think we should sit down and go through the manual, at least identify, not argue, not discuss maybe the facts, but identify those areas where we believe or have a difference of opinions, and then let's figure it out from there. There's things that I wish I had the authority that you guys didn't have the authority on. Listen, it says you as a board have the authority to do certain things. Then I accept that that's the way it is, and I just ask for that same respect and expectations back. The same respect and expectations back. Not to Randy Rogers, but to the men and women of the sheriff's office that work for elected officials. Because Wade's right. It is difficult when I've got employees that work for me as under an elected official, and Russell's got employees that work under, and I'm not picking on Russell, but he's the appointed, and Brad, when you have an appointed official that work under certain policies and procedures, and there is a definitive difference, I get what Wade's saying. It creates some tension between employees. Sometimes there's county employees that think we get special treatment. And then we over here joke in law enforcement that we're the stepchild that gets all the hand-me-downs because we don't budget for new furniture and all this stuff all the time. And we take hand-me-downs, and we joke that if we took a patrol car painted yellow and wrote Caterpillar down the side, we'd get whatever we wanted. Because we feel like, that's what, so I get
So
what.
hold on, time out.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that would find that offensive, and you've done the same thing we do.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to
But you're
explain.
continuing
Mr. Chairman.
to do what we're trying not to do. And that's why I come back to, let's.
I'm just trying to explain the mindset is why, and I just use those as examples to say that we got a long ways to go. I don't, there's a big
Nobody's disagreeing
difference.
with you. We need to do something.
Then-
And I hear a whole lot of words that aren't describing actions of what we
I just said what we need to do. Need to sit down and go through a policy manual and
So
come
do you
to
want to do? Do
agreements.
we want to schedule
We had
next
a call.
Monday? Do we want to block an hour off every Monday and go through
Yeah, let's do that.
5 pages?
Well, does the commission want to do it as a whole or what?
No, we have to.
Well, before, it was a commissioner and then appointed and elected
No,
officials.
we're going to do it during the meeting. We're going to get everything.
I like that idea. I like that idea. I like that.
You know, Randy, up until 3 or 4 weeks ago, the policy manual the commission had, I just assumed that was the same policy manual you had. I didn't know until a month ago that you got your own policy.
I do,
I didn't realize that.
I do, okay.
We absolutely has got to reach a compromise of some type. And it's going to have to be following statutes in many cases where Wade is going to have to be totally involved in making some of those changes, although we got the option to adopt them. But I didn't realize you had a complete set of policies over and above ours.
I have to by law. I have to by law have policies about use of force and emergency vehicle operations, domestic violence, racial bias-based policing, a lot of specialty.
I didn't realize you had that down as a policy manual. I just thought you were following the statutes in place.
No, sir. If you don't have policies, I remember when I went to a training, they said, if you don't make policies and you don't have policies, you're a fool.
I think it is time to move on, Randy. We're not accomplishing.
I agree, and I hope this commission will do that. I hope that we can work and set differences aside, and let's try to fix this. If we want to fix it, we can do it. As long as we want to be open-minded and listen.
Russell, you got something?
Just something I forgot to bring up earlier. Congressman Steve Watkins has contacted me a couple different times, just asking about how the response is going and everything. And then he asked he said he would love to have like a Starleaf Zoom type meeting with the commission. And I said I would ask the commission if they had any desire to have a 5 or 10 or 15 minute, whatever you want to call it, town hall type meeting with the commission. And so I'm asking the commission, do you have any desire to have some sort of town hall type meeting with Congressman Steve Watkins over computer?
I don't.
For what purpose again?
Just to touch base, give him feedback on how you feel gaps or causes of the federal response and that kind of stuff is my impression. I don't have a preference. I'm just passing on the message.
Myself, I don't think it's necessary.
Well, no, this would be scheduled in the future. If the commission has that aside. Yeah, it'd be scheduled at a later, it could be scheduled during a commission meeting or before or after, whatever the preference will be, if the commission has any desire to do it.
Food for thought, how's that?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that, because I'm pretty sure his assistant's gonna contact me again.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell him, unless the commission tells me something different, that thanks for the offer, but not at this time.
Sounds good.
I thought I had a report from the governor.
Do you have anything for roundtable, Wade, other than executive session?
One just update, maybe planning and see, and on the county attorney hat here, this is sort of a prosecutor / law enforcement maybe public advisory, is everybody familiar if I say CAC or Child Advocacy Center, what that means? Okay, so the local Child Advocacy Center that we have here, had in Burlington, was in the rear of the old City Hall. Well, all the equipment is now out of City Hall and it's been removed and it's sitting in storage right now. The chief of police and the outfit and several members of law enforcement are involved in this, but I'm involved on the prosecutor side. There is no local child advocacy center right now, which is significant because that is a vital service that needs to be in place within Coffee County. If the need arises and an interview needs to occur for someone who has been alleged to be the victim of sex offense, namely children, then they have to go to Emporia, which I think is a complete disservice to the potential victims that are tied to that. I'm bringing that up to the board because I think there will be a local push to, I know Chief Jones is in the process of trying to locate a building of any kind right now, whether it be purchased or rented, to set that equipment up. The idea would be that it would hopefully serve as a long-term location. And I don't know, right now this is just kind of putting it out there because I don't know what's available locally. There's been discussion of maybe there's some rental building, but funds are limited, and there's going to be the need to install this equipment, potentially build whatever the building is, retrofit it so that we'll meet the needs, because there are specific requirements for a child advocacy center. So I don't have any ideas. This has just happened within the last several weeks. I wish I could say that it's not going to be something that we're going to utilize here in Coffee County, but I can tell you even since I've been here, there's been dozens of interviews that have taken place at the Child Advocacy Center. So,
well, I know that the school took over City Hall. Do they need that space?
They're the ones that kicked us out.
Oh.
They needed the space. Okay. I say kicked out, that they needed the space. We had it when it was Burlington, City Hall, the sheriff's office, and the city. We fixed it all up and did that, but then they sold the building to the school, and the school needs it.
Okay. City Hall has quite a bit of space up there. No?
Apparently, chief, from my understanding from the chief, he said it's a no.
Okay, all right.
And it has to be a place not at a law enforcement center. It has to be at a neutral type setting, yeah.
And due to some of the cases, they want to try to keep it discreet, so it's not a big.
And that's the biggest thing is like the one down at City Hall allowed us to have them park in that back parking lot and then come in a back door. So they weren't on Main Street for everybody to talk about when they went into the center.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're looking for, is something where we can keep it discreet. And it's so beneficial. It has saved kids having to get transported all the way to Emporia to be interviewed. And the interview may only be 5 minutes long, or it may be 2 hours long. We don't know until we talk to the kid. But by having a local child advocacy center, SOS partnered with us back in the mid 2008, somewhere around there, to develop this center here locally, and it's been a godsend. It really has for the kids. We got to find a place.
Is that place needed daily or once a week, or how's the time frame?
It varies.
It all depends. I mean,
Brian Joy's office is used for the judicial, I can't say the right word, but Brian Joy's office, they've rented some space there for some type of a judicial program. Because there's something like that could be used in his back room.
Because a lot of times there's a number of cases that we don't take away, but we have to investigate that. We either get them through the SRS hotline or through a tip or whatever. And then we pull the kid out of the school, we take them to the Child Advocacy Center, and that's where we do the interview. So, and then they don't disclose or whatever a lot of times, but then the ones we do bring, that Child Advocacy Center, I think, makes a big legal difference when that child discloses something and it's in a neutral setting. It's recorded you have to be a certified interviewer to interview the kids now. And I think it's a tremendous asset to our community. We used to be at Rock Creek Plaza up there. SOS had a backdoor entrance, remember, on the south side to the west. There's an entrance there.
I remember that.
Do you remember when SOS was there? We had a CAC room there. And the rent got to be too much for SOS.
Oh, okay.
And they couldn't afford it. And so that's why we had to find a new CAC, and the city of Burlington offered up that room back there. So the county and the city invested in that. Well, when they sold that, we now no longer have that. So if anybody has any ideas, I know.
Well, Crosswinds, have they got any extra space where their office is?
I don't know. I didn't think about that.
Crosswinds, and then Kim Bowers, she's now working for the state, and I don't know, I'm just, these are suggestions. I can't speak for her, but I do know.
I forgot about that, because that,
Kim Bowers is, like I say, I think she works part-time, maybe, I don't know. I know she went to work for the state, though.
right now we're struggling to find a place so that we can get it set up, and we try to create a setting to where it's not intrusive on the child, and they're relaxed, and we can record all of it, and interviewer can interact remotely with people watching, law enforcement, and then we can ask them to ask questions and that sort of thing, and they formulate the question in a certain manner.
So I mention it to the board because I'm not sure, and I'm sure that Chief Jones will probably be the better one to bring it up before the board, but there may be a request for some sort of assistance on the financial side. And it is a vital need for the protection of children within Coffee County and every other community. I think every community should have a child advocacy center. You have specifically trained individuals who are forensic interviewers, who know how to talk to and question kids and do it in a way where it's not leading to get information. So an evaluation and decision can be made on whether to move forward with the prosecution. And it is such an important piece of the law enforcement and local community. So I don't have any answers. That's why I say it's just kind of planting a seed so that each of you know that it's a need. And if you hear something from somebody or you have any ideas, to pass them on to me or to Randy or to any other member of law enforcement so they can maybe investigate it and then come up with some ideas.
That's the only two I had off the top of my head. I know a guy I can ask, though.
And I think that's a good example of a good collaborative effort between not just law enforcement, city and county, but the county attorney's office. And I know the commission, I believe, provided funding back then to help because the cameras were pretty expensive and stuff. And so I know everybody invested a lot of money, and it's a tremendous asset. So if anybody can think of anything.
I was a part of establishing an accredited child advocacy center in Allen County, and it's an awesome and incredible community resource.
I think it's a good example between successful prosecution and unsuccessful prosecution, and justice for the kids.
Outside of that, my next thing would require an executive session. So if we want to do that last or do it now, move around the table.
Get through round table. Andy, do you have anything for round table?
The only thing I'd like to mention is during our department head meeting last week, we talked about possibly in the lobby looking at having a security guard or something there in the lobby to kind of play into the active shooter part, to fulfill maybe some of that, just having that presence in the lobby. A lot of people expressed that they really liked having that person in the lobby. Granted, right now it's due to COVID-19, but even in the future, and I know, I don't know if that'd be through law enforcement or what, but that was one thing that everybody kind of seemed to be in favor of. So maybe keep that in the back of your mind as we move forward. Not saying that's what we'll do, but something to think about. So that's all I have.
Brett?
I don't have anything.
No. For today. Donna?
I will contact Lisa and see if she can't meet with you guys next Monday afternoon individually, if that's what you're wanting to do. And then I just have some things for you to sign, Cody.
And we've got checks and vouchers. So if Wade has a request for a motion.
Request motion for a commission to recess into executive session for consultation with county counselor to discuss potential county litigation. And the discussion is for matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act, KSA 7543-19B2, myself and the board for 20 minutes.
Bob has moved. Don is second. All in favor? All opposed, same sign.
Did I do that?
Motion carries 5-0. We'll go in for 20 minutes. Wade and the commission to return here. We'll go in at 11:23.
Usually only ask for 10 or 15.
I know. Then he said 20 and talking about fill out the chair. What are you doing? Hey, James, the question.
Absolutely. 2 years. Probably, or 2 years. Yeah, but you know, I think they're 4 years. Sheriff, or, yeah. You might be able to, but I think once you go through it, and you're able to start establish that common ground, you know what I really think? I think we're not gonna be so far apart. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna be that far apart. I think it's gonna come down to two issues. Personnel decisions, purchasing. Appointed people, we gotta get reports. You know, we might piss each other off right now, honestly, but I think it's better to go ahead and just piss each other off now. And then maybe fix it. Fix it. Fix it. Because it ain't working the way it is. There's a lot of hard feelings. Everything with each other. Nobody trusts each other. But who's paying the price? The citizens. The taxpayer paying the price. Well, and that's the other thing. Just there's constant lawsuits going on over shit. In my mind, it's because they've been inconsistent with their decisions on personnel matters. They think they're doing the right thing, but they're not listening, they're not following the law. It's the legal standard, I believe. And that's why they're getting sued. They're suing by multiple people. And that doesn't serve no purpose either. That's just like our situation. I can't use waivers to county council. Because the commission said he's our lawyer. So I gotta go get a lawyer. Guess who's paying for that? The county. So I gotta go, and I don't wanna get a shitty lawyer. So I got, you know, but that's sad, that sucks. So, be good. Hello, Randy. Yeah. Lost my bed. Can you let me do that door?
Hey, sorry, I've been at a county commission meeting, I just wanted to set the session. Yeah, actually, if you really want to get back to how everything should be, and hopefully it's consistent, you can actually go to the register of deeds office to see what plat was filed. And then the plat should have the street names on there, and, like I said, hopefully that will be right. Yeah, and that's fine if you're all spelled out. I mean, as long as they all are, I guess. Yeah. Right. And, yeah, and I guess that's great that they're, well, even if the plat has a number, has some equals, since we have so many that are spelled out, I don't know, just go with that. But the new signs are spelled out. Oh, they're not. Well, I just go with that. So, well, I just, and that's the way the new signs are. Yeah, I just go with that. And, yeah, that's something that we should double check before we can order. Yeah. So, it's one of those things, and as far as postal address, I don't know if it really makes a difference if it's spelled out or if it's. Yeah, but we're still going to deliver the house regardless of what the streets are. Yeah, yeah. And I was going to let you know on Monday morning, like when I hear you, if you have any questions, you know, I mean, I haven't come across my break, but or you just call and like you turn away and spend the money on the vehicle. Okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Sorry. Go ahead. And then also, for the field, this is not right.
Yeah,
It's got 2.3. I had my book at home, but I was, although I didn't review it.
Ready? One more for 5 minutes. Motion for commission to recess into executive session to protect privacy rights of non-elected personnel pursuant to non-elected personnel matters exception to Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 7543-19B1. Myself, the board, and the county payroll clerk, who's not in the room, but will grab.
5 minutes enough?
5. Should be.
So moved.
Don has moved.
Second.
Tom is second. All in favor? Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. We'll go ahead. 11:48.
We're gonna have to run this off.
Okay, they're gonna have an executive session. You want to get ready to have,
Does the clock start when they walk out?
Yeah. You said 1:47, right?
48.
Back at 11:53.
Ah, where's Brad? Hey, I'm not down here. I had this on my desk, like, it fell off my, yeah, out there, because, no, well, yeah, of course, we guess. Cheryl picked it up, and she didn't use the bus, so she gave it for him, of course, it turned into Brad. And so, I need to get it back, I was using it to find this thing, he said, cheap. Yeah. I'm like, if they get hooked on it, come on. So, if they drop it and do it right, you don't have to drop fibers on it. We could check with him and see if he wants to do it. We could get it. Because I would say, otherwise, well, I guess our guys have to be cell phone. The preacher does that. He can use the jail. Right. You know, nothing to transport right now, so the jail cell phone would be used. Call that office. It'd be easier if we had fiber, it's like home, they just have dial the extension. Each office can designate an extension that they want to use as their contact extension, primary and alternate. Does that make sense? Either primary and alternate extension. You just dial that extension, when you get an answer, you dial the alternate extension. You should get somebody to say, hey, you got an appointment here. Let's see if our other radio come in. Hey Brad, that vendor badge is ours. Okay. It was, I had to borrow it this morning because I left mine at home. And then my wife brought mine in, so apparently these little, just like that. That's exactly what these little cheap extension cords do. We need to we bought these cheap little things, thinking they would work, you know? When you put them on there, what happens is they just hit something and it just falls off. You know, they're better ones. We got the metal ones, and they break it pretty well. Those metal ones, right there where they go in, they break it. It's just like you're sitting there making that like this, it breaks. You get the lanyards, because then something around your neck that people can grab you. And you make breakaway lanyards, but it's the idea of that sometimes you can grab. I know a lot of people have them like that.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Right.
Rebecca, I request 15-minute executive session with the commission and the county attorney for the same reason for the first executive session.
Potential litigation.
Yes.
So, executive session for consultation with county counselor to discuss potential litigation for matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship, SA 754319B2, myself and the board.
Yes.
I'll second.
20 will work.
Fred has motioned, sir.
No, Bob motion.
Sorry, Bob has moved, Fred has seconded
For 20.
for 20 minutes. All in favor?
In return.
Aye.
Return here.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. We'll go in for 20 minutes at 11:56 to return here.
After this is over, they're signing vouchers. Not done for quite a while. Okay. I may monitor it from my office.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it up so I know. Set up and watch it. Watch me. Yeah.
How long?
15, 20.
What time is it? Like at what?
This weekend, stay quiet. There's some nice. Oh.
How's Miss Donna?
I'm good, how are you?
Great. Yep. the letters to the high school students. Back in, once Bob gets back.
So should we go on Monday, starting at 1?
Yeah. That's my niece. Excuse me. Back in session for a few minutes. If there's any other business, we'll start checks and vouchers.
Mr. Chairman. I move because of the coronavirus and situation we've had and the way we've been wanting to kind of cut back on different things. I move that the commission take a 5.3% decrease in their salary effective May the 1st. I think it's only fair that we also cut back and try to help.
Given the budget shortfalls that the state's seeing and other agencies are seeing, I think it's a good idea. Do what we can to save our taxpayers money.
I'll second that.
Having been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0.
There you go.
Whole bunch of things else.
Well, other than that.
The interview room, but then there's the secondary room. Yeah, yeah. The waiting room, interview room, and then an observation room. Yeah, we've done that little bank in town, central. They used to have a north bank. It's just a small building. It's probably not 30 by 30. And, you know, you can put up some privacy fences so that people get pulled in. The entrance and nobody can do it. I don't know if Central National Bank, that's the one building we have to talk to. And I don't even know who owns it anymore. Hey, Tom, who owns the North Central National Bank up there, that little building? Do they still own that?
No, it's, Marianne Golf.
Marianne Golf?
Golf, yeah. I pronounced it.
I can't, okay,
To my knowledge, she was the last owner there.
okay. I didn't think they owned it anymore, Central.
She purchased it several years back. It's kind of,
Didn't do anything, well, she had, yeah, health problems and stuff. Okay, cool. So that might be a good thing, because it does have offices already, and then it has a general area. So it might not be a bad building if she's going to sell it. Yeah, my deal about renting is if you rent and lease, you put a lot of money into it, like what we did, who would have thought, but we would have paid. Right. One thing about Central, I know SOS has a little bit of money, but that was the reason we moved out of Rock Creek Plaza, is the rent was just too high. It was like, I think it was like, I want to say it was like, no, it was high. And so that's why we gave them this, City Hall gave us that room, and we had to go in, we did it ourselves, we tore out all the old stuff, and we put carpeting in, and we remodeled it basically, but, soundproofing. Anyway, we both, the city and the county, we worked together on it and provided manpower for the county attorney's office, helped with funding to help buy materials. And so it was a good fit for everybody. See, and I'm trying to remember, I thought it was around about 2008 when we did the original one at the Rock Creek Plaza. We didn't have to do much to it, we were pretty much all set 11 sounds about right.
I don't know if we do that or we got. I'm not really sure if we need to do that, but we got it.
What?
92508.
About the seventh one.
In fact, I got it right here. Okay, look.
$525.
You got it right here.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at, right?
One's crossways, you might notice.
That box out front costs $3,000. Is it gonna stay there forever? Is it gonna be, you can put any courthouse mail in if you want?
No, it's just for tax. Just, the treasurer is the only one that has access to it, so nothing ever ballots going in there. So it's not something that, I mean, that ballot box, there'd have to be underlined, so we know.
And what, we can laminate those. Yeah. We could do that, we just laminate those, like those, and put them on a piece of plywood. Could we just do that? Just laminate them and put them on a piece of plywood, put them on a fence post, we got posts out there. And just, do a U-bolt, just U-bolt it on, people shoot it. Okay.
Sorry.
Is that for bridges?
Yep, Start Road Bridge.
Looks like that stuff might be a little lower.
It does.
Did anyone watch the NFL draft? The first ever virtual NFL draft?
I like football, but like, that's all.
Roger Goodell was in his basement and they had all of the, I think 60 different
One of those other small stacks.
potential draftees at their homes that had cameras on them.
I seen it,
It was pretty neat.
9-2,
I seen it televised.
Let me check on that.
9-2-6.
Just all the Zoom.
No, this is.
One more. Bob's got
I've got the last up here.
Then the other thing that's been on is the
Don't
last
check.
dance.
I'm sorry?
Don't want to chance on
You don't have a check?
97 Chicago Bulls. Cameras that follow them around.
I think there was another time a few months ago when they had to run checks out.
Okay. Okay, thanks. They're working on it. Okay. I forgot another video.
More?
Still that, still general, right, Bob?
Yeah, and I've got 3 or 4 more right.
Didn't want to start getting stuff in the wrong basket. That's it. Somebody goes from Kansas City wound up with somebody good though, right?
What's that?
Kansas City wound up with a wide receiver. Right? Or is it?
Thought it was, running back.
Maybe that's what it was.
You gotta find
That's my Alabama.
The LSU one got it.
You could write
Yeah.
Arnes, Carter, and Reed, and free time. Because it wouldn't accept yours. Yeah.
I couldn't remember, somebody put it on Facebook.
Okay, thanks.
COVID-19 phone
How you tell the difference? Must be good and good.
No, the last get it, right there, the last.
Must be good and good.
No, the last get it, right there, the last of it.
Okay, somebody's finding COVID-19 phone reimbursement. COVID-19 phone reimbursement for 2 of the employees down at Road and Bridge.
Were they working from home?
I have no idea. Or some of the Road and Bridge office working from home? Okay,
Is that what it is?
must be what it is. Heidi,
I can tell you.
Heidi, Michelle.
Yep.
What do you think, Bradley?
Been a long morning.
If you were to plug in that Starby, is that the only place that it can be plugged in, or can it be plugged in?
It can, anywhere you have a network connection that works.
How many different places in this room do you have a network connection?
One back over there. There's one over there. There's 3 or 4 in here.
Several? Okay.
Yeah.
You think it was a little choppy on Friday because of weather, maybe where she was?
I think it was probably her internet connection. It all depends on internet connection speed, where,
The here shouldn't be an issue.
You been cooking any brisket, Brad?
Not lately. Had 4 events canceled.
Nobody's been calling and just ordering something?
No. Haven't done that a whole lot. Just, I could, but.
Go. I got a hankering for some of your briskets.
I didn't know we couldn't choose what day we got it. I'm ready for it too. The following Monday.
Yes.
Or should I be here? She got me. Will she be here this day?
Yeah, this is that.
Now that the weather's good, you can set up a little chair out on the street.
30 minutes.
And we come by.
So I got 2:15 to 2:30.
I've been doing that. What?
Oh,
man.
Tom didn't have a choice.
Right now, my wife's in town.
And then, she mentioned that, she wanted to do the one-on-ones first, and then she put it on the agenda for May 11th. And then come in as a group, but I said, well, how do you think folks will ask the commissioners?
Okay, I'm going first, but I think that's probably the best way.
And that's what she said.
Yeah. That way she can bring up. But
Mhm.
that's 2:15, right?
So she's going to be here next Monday. And she said probably set up 30 minutes, 15 minutes between.
She's off the table now. Yeah, that's me. If that don't work, I'm probably owed what I can. No, it'll be fine.
For the 11th?
Yeah. She wants to be on the agenda. And she wants to prove on May 11th.
Donnie, you will remind us.
Yeah. So Angie, could you please put McGrath on the agenda for May 11th for the commissioners to meet with Lisa? group.
At 11?
No, on May
Oh,
11th.
on May. Well, it actually looks like for 11, no, it'd be about 10:15.
10:15.
That's my calendar. Yeah.
Sorry?
You have your CP.
No, I took it back upstairs. I can put it in later. I'll put it in.
Seems like it. Kenworth, one of the year old, one of 2 years old, don't have any kind of warranty on them whatsoever. Replace the air conditioner on both of them.
We don't have any more.
Evidently not, because we just spent $2,398 on 2 of them.
Longhorn is probably the one the engine or drive, drive.
Angie, Lisa said she'd be about 30 minutes on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. How do you want to handle the 5.3% decrease in salary for the commissioners? Do you want me to do a revised CP5 or a revised salary resolution? Or do you want me to send through payroll notices, or how would you?
Payroll notice.
You said 5.3?
Yeah. Revised.
To a revised salary resolution.
That's it. That's it, right?
That's fast.
We'll get it close enough. Anything else? If not, we'll adjourn at 1:15.